Hey folks, Skeleton Nitro here telling you about the newest way you can help support Nitromaniac TV's drag file. It's called Members Only, and it is our official premium content wing of the website. For only $4.99 a month, you will gain access to exclusive video and early access to that week's content, all commercial free. Plus an exclusive discount code to the merch stand, exclusive members only live streams, and more to come. If you sign up today, you will gain exclusive access to check out the 5K subscriber special, the 2023 NHRA Rocky Mountain Nationals whole freaking deal video, plus an early cut of what annually is our most popular title, Supercut, Pro Modified 2023. So join today, you'll never know what you're going to see on Members Only. Check it out today at tinyurl.com/drag.
Whoa, okay, hang on a second here, folks. Let's go slowly out. That's what we want. Yes, excellent. Hey, everybody, it is Skeleton Nitro for Nitromaniac TV's, drag files. Almost said Wrestling Unlimited. I'm used to the other thing. But anyway, welcome to the Rocky Mountain Nationals pre-event stream here on Nitromaniac TV's drag files. Yes, the cameras are charging for tomorrow's action up at Edmonton, Alberta's Rad Torque Raceway and the Rocky Mountain Nationals. So I figured I'd dive back into the archive here and set kind of a little stream overnight here. Well, not even overnight, probably the next 2 or 3 hours or so of some of the best action that we have in the archives and so on and so forth upcoming. So feel free to comment, feel free to share the links out to friends, family, whatever. And we're going to jump back in time to 2022 and 2023 to start with some Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car action here on the channel. So do enjoy. And yes, welcome to the Rocky Mountain Nationals pre-event stream, throwback action, classic moments, and more, brought to you by Nitromaniac TV.
Cinco over your AMA lane. The happy hour, 10 points up. Came back down to the remake of the Bubble Up Funny Car. If you've been a funny car fan for as long as I have, this car is history. This Ryan Hodgson. What kind of pass he's going to put in here today. this off for this run. They just want to see how this car is going to sort out 770, 183 miles an hour. In the Acadian, Natasha Church's challenge in exhibition to the lanes, please. Wes Logan.
Mustang, the Ward team over your AMA lead. Round number 2 of the funny car.
got very close. 629, 198 miles an hour, dancing around up there. Dave Brandt, 643, 216. And he kept it pretty straight down to the racetrack, but Tim time.
But I'm so happy to have you guys here. Great to be here. For the pacemaker, Bubble Up Funny Car. I'm Ryan Hodgson. Next to us, Corey Kincaid. A beautiful 71 Mustang. Absolutely 217 miles an hour. So, boy, they're creeping up on that thing fairly quickly. 658, 217 for Ryan Hodgson. Corey, that car just seems to hop off the start line on him. Not sure what's going on. Very much so. Everybody does. We need to get everything right up here. Who's got that one? Tim Boychuk, but just barely. 650, 380 miles an hour to Cal Tep's 683. .78, 163 miles an hour, and we saw miles an hour, so they're creeping up on this car better and better every time they make a pass. A 110. 31 miles an hour for Ryan Hodge, who's sneaking up on him. 6:27, 231 miles an hour.
How the drama of these championship chases just sucks you in. We've got nothing at stake, and yet you're emotionally wrung out when it's all done. What a ride.
Ormsby has red lighted. He has left too soon. The championship is Joe Amato's.
Tony Schumacher wins the race, runs 4:42, sets the national record. And Tony Schumacher completes one of the most astounding comebacks in drag racing history.
Jeff LaHaye is the last to stage. The way he likes it in the rock. Joe Amato has problems. Jeff LaHaye heads to the finish line and is the world champion.
Taylor gets way over by the wall and she gets up on her side. She got the chutes out, straightened the car out, and it is sliding on its side. Taylor Vedder goes for a wild ride. Her wind light is on.
Corey Mack, and they're all in. This is it. Bernstein is riding a rocket. 314 miles per hour. Too soon, he is disqualified. Gary Ormsby will be the top fuel champion. Joe Amaro just uttered disgust.
Gary's bike shuts off. Andrew Hines is the champion of Pro Stock Motorcycle. Gianna Salinas gets her first victory, and the wildest day in the history of this category is finally complete.
Blaine Johnson has won his first title, and oh my, look at this. He picks Larry Dixon's pocket for 50 grand.
So win like the Tony Pedregon. The championship is over. For the first time in 13 years, Team Force is defeated. And Gary Scelzi is your new funny car champion.
He is picking up speed, even though the parachutes are out. He is going into the sand trap. Oh my, a disaster for Corey McLenison.
It's a beautiful autumn afternoon in Southern California as we're alongside the San Gabriel Mountains for the final event of the National Hot Rod Association season.
Hey folks, Skellen Nitro here telling you about the newest way you can help support Nitromaniac TV's drag file. It's called Members Only, and it is our official premium content wing of the website. For only $4.99 a month, you will gain access to exclusive video and early access to that week's content, all commercial free. Plus an exclusive discount code to the merch stand, exclusive members only live streams, and more to come. If you sign up today, you will gain exclusive access to check out the 5K subscriber special, the 2023 NHRA Rocky Mountain Nationals whole freaking deal video, plus an early cut of what annually is our most popular title, Supercut, Pro Modified 2023. So join today, you'll never know what you're going to see on Members Only. Check it out today at tinyurl.com/drag.
good. I like the touch of the license plate on the back.
Just into the wall and tagged it a little bit with his brand new body. Oh, that had to hurt. His third race in the Nitro car, who's a Bakersfield and now here he is. That's his gun so far to 587. He's his way from the line. Eric Maria, who is going to be here in
216, 213 miles an hour. How about Garrett Mariah? Mariah, 515, 210. A little quicker on ET, but solid. How about a 552, 200 miles an hour for Tim Ekstad? 509, 215. Workkeep, David Brandt, out of Monterey, Alberta. He's got the Workkeep brand new 7 Camaro here in the Napoli. Qualifier number 2, your next pair. Jason Buss, 526, 217 miles an hour. David Brandt made it soft. He wanted to get it down the racetrack. 566, 191 for the War Jeep. There you go. 526, 217 and a 566, 191. How about a 508, 217 miles an hour? Nathan Sitko, 531, 200 miles an hour. And that's a good ride. He lifted a little bit early, but 508, 217 for Ryan Hodgson. With the world's fastest door cars here in Western Canada.
shuts it down at the 8th mile. And he's got a 585, 129. It's about a kilo of light. Is a 5:05, 217 miles. The Buffalo Pacemaker Funny Car 1968 Firebird, Sturgeon County, Ryan Hodgson. for Dave Brand. Ryan Hodgson spinning the tires.
205 miles an hour for Dave Brent in the War Chief Funny Car. Solid run. 5:41.205. Derek flying the line at a 1.288 tree. He was a little bit slow on the tree, but that's okay. How about Ryan Hodgson, a 4.87.210. Congratulations to Ryan and gang and team from the Bubble Up Pacemaker team. Wow.
It happened just past the halfway point of the strip. It was 4 seconds.
now just coming up past the 8th, maybe to the 1,000 mark, trying to maybe get it home.
Jackson in the summit. The future of drag racing.
White Jet running a 381, 197.28 miles an hour. Brant running a 430 at 149.95. miles an hour, we know that. But 4.76. The rest out the way. Licensing pass number 1. Nice.
for the 2024 Rocky Mountain Nationals here at Rad Torque Raceway. Is everybody been having a good time today? Yeah. Well, we got a lot of stuff happening tonight in the show. We got extra funny cars up on.
Running up 5:14, Sitco. No mile-an-hour marker. We've got an issue with the 1,000-foot. Boychuk running through with a 5:05. So Boychuk to the number 2 qualifying position. Calteb run a 5:14. He drops to 3rd. So Bussy with the number 40. Okay, so he's still, so that may have been past only number 3. Psyched. And Brent wrapping up the Rocky Mountain Nationals weekend for them. To a quicker 487 Boychuk. A 0.86 reaction time. The difference was at the start line. Boychuk had the better reaction time. The slower ET in this case picks up the win. 491 to a 487. Bussy will not be happy with his reaction time, a 317.
Hey folks, Kel Nitro here telling you about the newest way you can help support Nitromaniac TV's drag class. It's called Members Only, and it is our official premium content wing of the website. For only $4.99 a month, you will gain access to exclusive video and early access to that week's content, all commercial free. Plus an exclusive discount code to the merch stand, exclusive members only live streams, and more to come. If you sign up today, you will gain exclusive access to check out the 5K subscriber special, the 2023 NHRA Rocky Mountain Nationals whole freaking deal video, plus an early cut of what annually is our most popular title, Supercut, Pro Modified 2023. So join today, you'll never know what you're going to see on Members Only. Check it out today at tinyurl.com/drag.
6:26. It happened just past the halfway point of the strip. He's 4 seconds at the 8th mile, so we're going to turn the red light on. At the top end, we got emergency crews going at it from both ends of the racetrack. Tough break there.
Looks like the Cole kid couldn't get it started. Stalling off the line. Well, we have the tech bikes back running. I want to let you all know about the 50-50 drum. Generous support from yesterday's on-gallery day. And all on Blue Water Group Heavy Metal Rentals and Jew Pro Equipment Services. If you need a ride to or from your car, go.
And I want to welcome all of you down here for the 2024 Rocky Mountain Nationals here at Rad Torque Raceway. Is everybody been having a good time today? Yeah. Well, we got a lot of stuff happening tonight in the show. We got extra funny cars, alcohol, funny cars.
This Matthew Leonard harder. Had to get out of the throttle. He was about 170 miles an hour at half track. Got a little out of the racing group. Great pass, 690, 219.83 miles an hour. He actually backed out of the throttle a little bit, just past the 60-foot mark, hit the loud pedal again.
Going up against this blue pickup truck here in the right lane. Matt Roberts here in the truck in this right lane. Nice pass.
the deal. I guess that's going to be the best rider. But he only had two pretty much on accident. They all ran like well, it is golf. Plus one of them, shoot it in. The month over this golf.
All right, here we go. Big time. Yeah, this is just testing for big time. Got the Corvette up on your right lane. Going up against Rick here in the left lane. Twin turbo Mustang.
Awesome. the drama of these championship chases just sucks you in. We've got nothing at stake, and yet you're emotionally wrung out when it's all done. What a ride.
Ormsby has red lighted. He has left too soon. The championship is Joe Amato's.
Tony Schumacher wins the race, runs 4:42, sets the national record. And Tony Schumacher completes one of the most astounding comebacks in drag racing history.
Jeff LaHaye is the last to stage, the way he likes it in the rock. Joe Amato has problems. Jeff LaHaye heads to the finish line and is the world champion.
Taylor gets way over by the wall and she gets up on her side. She got the chutes out, straightened the car out, and it is sliding on its side. Taylor Vedder goes for a wild ride. Her win light is on.
Corey Mack, and they're all in. This is it. Bernstein is riding a rocket. 314 miles per hour. Too soon, he is disqualified. Gary Ormsby will be the top fuel champion. Joe Amaro just uttered disgust.
Jerry's bike shuts off. Andrew Hines is the champion of Pro Stock Motorcycle. Gianna Salinas gets her first victory, and the wildest day in the history of this category is finally complete.
Blaine Johnson has won his first title, and oh my, look at this. He picks Larry Dixon's pocket for 50 grand.
So win like the Tony Pedregon. The championship is over. For the first time in 13 years, Team Force is defeated. And Gary Scelzi is your new funny car champion.
He is picking up speed, even though the parachutes are out. He is going into the sand trap. Oh my, a disaster for Corey McLenathan.
It's a beautiful autumn afternoon in Southern California as we're alongside the San Gabriel Mountains for the final event of the National Hot Rod Association season.
These guys are crazy.
New alter.
For winning, doing 150.
218 miles, 20 cars in the lanes. Hayfield Dragster, you're up next. Hayfield Dragster, you're up next. Probably hurt the car a little bit because it's smacked. So just give us a moment. We're just going to check all that out. We'll be right back with you here.
Right now it's the Nitro Woody. Dylan White with me. He's over near MA lane, Kyle Haas. Shuts down. But he had a good full pull going on there, Dylan did.
Hey folks, Kellen Nitro here telling you about the newest way you can help support Nitromaniac TV's drag file, called Members Only, and it is our official premium content wing of the website. For only $4.99 a month, you will gain access to exclusive video and early access to that week's content, all commercial free. Plus an exclusive discount code to the merch stand, exclusive members only live streams, and more to come. If you sign up today, you will gain exclusive access to check out the 5K subscriber special, the 2023 NHRA Rocky Mountain Nationals whole freaking deal video, plus an early cut of what annually is our most popular title, Supercut, Pro Modified 2023. So join today, you'll never know what you're going to see on Members Only. Check it out today at tinyurl.com/drag.
But that's, this is the bullet that Nitro shoots at you every now and then.
Yeah.
And I've ducked this bullet for 50 years, and it just shot me in the butt.
So you have not had a big boomer like this, like almost in your entire career? You've had no boomer like this one?
None. Zero.
Wow.
I have slightly lifted a blower, but it didn't hurt anything.
Right.
We put a blower on it and came back the next weekend.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we've made a major mess.
Yeah. So did the, you haven't had a chance to probably even look at the car yet. It's out the top end there, but motor just came apart altogether.
Well, it looks like it hung an intake valve,
okay,
which is probably the worst thing you can do on Nitro.
Yeah.
And a chunk of the intake manifold kind of hit the steering wheel and scratched me a little. But other than that, all the safety stuff worked.
Yep.
I'm proud of myself for getting right on the fire extinguishers and brought it to a stop, and
kept it what we do. Kept it off the wall. And body went off and gone, so that kind of went up in pieces on you, I guess. But
yeah, it's visiting the North Pole.
It took off on you for sure.
a 642, 214 miles an hour. Sean, a 670 at 197 miles an hour. 214.
3 miles an hour with a 630. Tom Padilla took it.
That trips me up every time. He threw a belt down there. 670, 158 miles an hour, and Sean Callan went through to 672 at 202 miles an hour. He had some top end speed going.
Right now, the Red Dragon, Tom Padilla, coming right out of Arlington, Washington. 27th key bucket. He is the third record holder here at Rad Torque Raceway.
6:34.223 for Tom Padilla.
Stalled out at the start, but I'll tell you what, 6:54, 204 miles an hour. I've worked. Everybody's pretty happy down.
Hey folks, Skella Nitro here telling you about the newest way you can help support Nitromaniac TV's drag file, called Members Only, and it is our official premium content wing of the website. For only $4.99 a month, you will gain access to exclusive video and early access to that week's content, all commercial free. Plus an exclusive discount code to the merch stand, exclusive members only live streams, and more to come. If you sign up today, you will gain exclusive access to check out the 5K subscriber special, the 2023 NHRA Rocky Mountain Nationals whole freaking deal video, plus an early cut of what annually is our most popular title, Supercut, Pro Modified 2023. So join today, you'll never know what you're going to see on Members Only. Check it out today at tinyurl.com/drag.
You know what? What? I am just having so much fun that, driving this thing, you just kind of go on autopilot. You just let things happen, and then when things work out good, the wind lights come on and
back. But they will take on the IHRA Super Team and a team in drag racing that has literally done it all. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time here in Western Canada, would you please welcome the two-time world champion in the Warrior Enterprises car. This is Clay Milliken.
a big way. Excellent job. Goes 466, 317 miles an hour, and a track record here at Budweiser Motorsports Park.
Yeah, the fans love it. They're passing them up over their head like at a Pearl Jam concert.
All right, then. Tough fuel. Here we go. Clay Millican, the two-time champion, well on his way to a third if he continues on like he has at the start of this season, winning every race we've had so far this year. He'll line up alongside John Sippel, and John Sippel's going to try to put a stop to the madness right now.
Well, Doc is sponsored. He's a chiropractor, as you know. He's sponsored by Palmer Chiropractic, where he went to school. And he believes that a chiropractic adjustment can help the body to heal. So maybe he can help the healing process by beating Clay here. Let's see what happens.
You might want to give Clay an adjustment the other direction. John gets out, trying to hang on, not going to get it done though. And look at the Werner team dropping some cylinders as well. And Mike Clover standing there talking on the radio, actually talking to his driver, Clay Millican, of course, the crew chief for Team Werner. Once again, we'll take a look at this thing. Actually, the better reaction time going to Doc Sippel with an 075 light. Great job for John.
Yep, lost power at half track, so he's going to have to go back and heal that engine now.
And running right on down through there. The champ loses some cylinders right there. Let's go to the top with Clay.
Clay, we noticed you guys made a lane change there right at the last minute.
Don't ask me about that. I don't know. I just drive the car, and I try to do a decent job of that. I think I was like a slug on the tree that time. Doc probably tattooed me, but, man, I had to slalom a little bit. Mike's got me driving around a little weird spot out there on the asphalt, and we hadn't been down that left lane not one time, and went right down through there. It was a pretty good run. Clicked it just a touch early. It sounded a little funny shutting off, but you know what? Werner Enterprises, them boys got some Matco 2s. They'll put this baby right back together. Lane change, I have no clue, but it was definitely a mess up there.
Come out here, lay down a decent number. By the way, the number was 497 at 282 miles an hour, and he'll line up for the winner of this pair. This will be Clay Millican and Don Sosinka. We saw Sosinka put a 556 up on the board a little bit earlier, which of course got him to the semifinal round. Let's go to the top, where Bruce Litton will go to his first final in 2003.
Bruce, you make your way into the final round, no matter which way it takes to get there, whether it's a single or what, but you're going to the final.
Yeah, that was a gift, and we, we're thankful for that. Praise God for that run, and we'll go back and tinker with the Lucas car and see what we got for the next person in the next round. And we don't know who we got yet, but hey, we'll give it our best shot.
Oh, it's either going to be Mr. Magoo or Clay Millican, and you're 497. That's a very respectable run for what we're dealing with here.
Yeah, but we're just trying to get down the track. It's hot, and that's all you can say about it. So we're just taking it one lap at a time and see what we get.
Now, Clay better not underestimate Sosinka, because he can't win a horsepower battle, but he knows how to get the car down the track, and I wouldn't be taking him lightly.
Yeah, this is definitely the kind of weather that those guys can win a round in, because there's no question that Clay Millican, Mike Clover could overshoot this track, put too much horsepower to it, and light up the tires.
Yep.
Here we go. It's showtime as they pull up to the pre-stage beam and then stage. Let's listen in to the sounds of speed. Boy, oh boy, check it out, man. Pretty exciting stuff, huh?
That's like a fuel-altered man, sashaying down that track.
You know, we saw him earlier, too, do the same deal. Actually, a little more violent than that one, but he's used to doing this.
He drives that like a bracket car sometimes. He just goes flying around and whatever. It looks like Sosinka is going to lose a blower belt over there, but he just doesn't have it. But whoa, look at Clay.
And Millican dropped down some cylinders there as the car was moving around. Let's go to the top and talk to Clay.
Clay, going to a familiar spot, but this time you're not going to have lane choice. Is that going to mean anything?
Well, I would think not, since Bruce went one lane and we went the other anyway. And you know what? It's always a tough deal when you race old Bruce Litton. Those guys are tough, but Werner team, you know what? I got to thank Ron Hodgson that owns the track here, Southgate Pontiac. Man, they give us the coolest ride this weekend, and I'm really enjoying it. I've been like out cruising around in this thing. But Werner Enterprises, we stepping into another round. All about them grandstands. They're full. All about the points. All about Werner Enterprises, Matco Tools, Royal Purple, everybody. I'm having a blast. You know what? This is going to be tough. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I'm going to step on the gas and try to go to the other end and just count on Mike Clover to pull me through, because I think I pretty well sucked today. I ain't done nothing on the tree, so but I got to get out.
You, ladies and gentlemen, Bruce Litton in the Lucas Oil Sponsor Machine will line up alongside Clay Millican. Clay Millican has had 3, and as I say, outdoing here will be 4 low ETs of the year so far. He's also had 2 high mile per hours, 23 wins, and 25 finals for a 92% winning average. And his last loss came
at Budds Creek to Jack Ostrander last September.
And his last loss in a final was at Epping in 2000 to Jim Head. And before that, it was to this man, Bruce Litton, also in 2000 to Rockingham Spring Nationals. So he can lose. He just doesn't do it very often.
He is a machine.
Bruce Litton, of course, also a very, very good drag racer. Has been to 24 finals, but has only won 6 of them for about 25% winning ratio. His last win was at Red River 2001 against Jim Head. This should be a great battle, though. These guys battled each other 9 times in 2002.
9 times in 2002, and Bruce is looking for, maybe 10 will be lucky for Bruce Litton of Indianapolis, Indiana. Oh, Clay got off a little bit late.
Clay loses some cylinders, and the win will go.
It goes to Bruce Litton.
How about that? Great job for Bruce Litton. You can see his crew very happy as well. And in fact, if you take a look at the mile an hour, you see that Clay Millican was falling off at 283 miles an hour. He was 251 at half track. The car was marching pretty good, but started losing some cylinders, and then Bruce Litton drove on by. But really the key factor is the reaction time. An 0.25 light for Bruce Litton. Man, that's taking a shot at it. Clay Millican at a .137 reaction time. Gave up a punch right at the hit.
All of Litton's victories against Clay have come on hole shots, something that Clay is not real proud of.
Well, there's only been 2 of them now, including this one, so.
Oh, what a final.
Boy, I'll tell you, you can see right there, look at the right bank, you can see the raw fuel coming out of Millican's car, then the left bank, definitely losing cylinders, but it doesn't matter. Woo! Bruce Litton will take it any way he can get it. Congratulations to him.
Just didn't like it.
John Lampas back in '99. Every time that car ran fast, he did a big-time wheel stand, so they were transferring weight. Well, this is a big-time run right here. We talked about these 2 guys. They've met in the finals 18 different times. We're going to flash back to 1 year ago. This was the finals here at Budweiser Motorsports Park where these 2 guys went at it.
Look at Litton's car in that. He was making some horsepower. The front end was dancing in the wind as the car tries to rotate around the rear. You talk about flying. I wonder if he can do it again today.
We'll find out. Clay Millican struggled in that round, lost a bunch of cylinders, but this guy has just been unstoppable. He is undefeated in the 04 season, and Bruce Litten has struggled in the 04 season. He's had a number of engine failures. The guys will try to get him out here. Keep in mind, he qualified number 8 with just a 6-second pass, so they really have to find a combination if they're going to hang over there with the Werner team.
They're taking their time getting these cars in. This track is still cold. Let's keep that in mind. Oh, boy. Shattered the tires. The track's cold. Clay on this side just did get that car down the track. Bruce on the other side, just about to hit of the throttle, dropped 2 cylinders, 1 on each side. He didn't have any trouble driving the car because it was out on each side. You can see the tires go away from the engine over revving. There it was.
Boy, you can see the big-time chatter marks out of Clay Millican's car, but the reaction time, a 002. That is 0.02 of a second from going red. He'll win it with the 472.
A 002 at 314, and you almost red lighted. How does that make you feel?
Well, I know one thing. I don't want to say that, I intended on having a 002 light because I certainly didn't. I mean, that's just a bad job of red lighting. I probably had a little bit of something on my mind last year. I lost on a hole shot here. Bruce beat me in the final round on a hole shot, and I didn't want that to happen again. But 002, that's one of those deals where your brain is going, the light's not on, but your foot says, the heck with it, go. And so I got lucky, and the thing goes 002. I mean, there's a lot of guys out here that guess and, have those kind of lights from time to time. I try not to do that because, you got to mind, foot, go, yellow, you got to put all these things together and make the thing go down the racetrack. And 002, that's surprising.
Sounds like a blonde moment. Think of
whatever all that meant.
I'm here with Mike Clover, Clay Millican's crew chief, and we have a new device here. Mike, could you tell us a little bit about what you've done with this plate? And it's made out of titanium?
Right. We've added a new piece to our race car. This upper protection plate has been added for this race, and this is what we'll continue to have, and it's become the new standard and will be mandatory in 2 weeks for all the cars in the country. The lower piece we've run for 2 years. We put this on a couple years ago when we had a part of the race car get in the cockpit, and once was enough for us, so we covered that lower part up, but we've added this upper piece for extra protection and safety.
Well, as you can see, Clay Millican by himself. Chris Karamessina is not able to make the call for round number 2 for the 3rd time this year.
That's really a shame. Chris has won his races. Would have done him any good anyhow. Look at that.
457, and that is a new track ET record. What a great job, and I'll tell you, these guys have just been deadly consistent for 3 years now. Unbelievable stuff.
Look at that car. It hikes. That clutch goes 1-to-1 in flat tracks, hikes that front end up. He puts the cylinder out of pin to put that cylinder out of pin. He probably would have set a new world record.
The conditions have changed here once again, Johnny.
Yes, they have. The track temperature has dropped 15 degrees since we saw these cars last. It's cloudy, and it's about 3,100 feet corrected. These are not pristine conditions.
Take a look at the ladder there. We need to talk about Terry Capp. Age 59, has been racing Top Fuel since 1969 with a front engine car. In 71, he ran 246 miles an hour in a front engine car. Then in 72, switched over to a Woody Gilmore car. There's a name that you're familiar with, of course, Johnny. He's done a great job. He won the AHRA World Finals in Tulsa in 79. We mentioned that he won the U.S. Nationals in 1980. Still holds an ET and mile-per-hour record at Saskatoon as he lines up next to Clay Millican, and Millican has been perfect. This is his 18th consecutive final round going back to 2002. Unbelievable.
I don't think Clay was even born in 69, for Pete's sake, And here we are. Terry's been running longer than Clay is old, but we'll see what happens here. This ought to be... Oh, look at this!
Leaves before the light was even activated, before the tree was activated. That's why there's absolutely no numbers on the board. What a thump and run. You've got to wonder what that car ran at this point, but again, Clay Millican will get another win.
rookie mistake. That is a rookie mistake from an old pro. He just got over anxious and nailed that thing. The fire just coming out of that thing. You can see the fuel mixing it up. Just absolutely could have had a good drag race going here, but we'll never know because the numbers didn't come up.
You know, his good friend and longtime crew chief, Bernie Federley of John Force fame now, would be disappointed whenever he hears about this move here. But you know what? It's happened to everybody that's ever been in this business for any length of time. Well, we'll go to the top end here and talk with our champ, once again, who's won 27 consecutive rounds, Clay Millican.
But Clay, that looks like it hurts, and you hurt the guy that lost. So congratulations.
You know what? What a deal. Werner Enterprises. Peter Lehman, he gave me the keys to the car today, and I just drove it right down through there. You got to hand it to old Mr. Capps. Mr. Capps did the job. I tell you what.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate y'all being out here. I love these things. I love the bonus checks that come with them too. You know, it's a good day. Man, you know what? This race was hanging heavy on us from last year. I lost this thing on a hole shot. Just almost gave it away this year on a red light, you know. So what a day. Werner Enterprises, Matco Tools, Royal Purple. And you know what? What? I am just having so much fun that, you know, driving this thing, you know, you just kind of go on autopilot. You just let things happen, and then when things work out good, the wind lights come on, and thank goodness for Mike Clover and Peter Lehman and Werner. You know what?
Thanks for your wife and friends and everyone at home.
Yeah, you know what? I tell you, I got my oldest boy here, Kale. He's just been hanging out, listening to some rock music. He's in the van there. And my little one at home, Dalton, is just like, Daddy, I'm ready to go to the races. I want to go to Canada. I want to hang out. So who knows? We'll see what happens. Maybe I can bring him up there. But you get the two of them together, it's just like this team right here. They're unstoppable.
Yeah, congratulations.
Here's.
You can take your plugs out now, bud.
There we go. What's up, brother? You got her done. What'd I tell you?
Yeah, the airport. You sure did.
I knew it. I just knew it.
I'm working for them, man. You know what I mean?
I know you've been there.
Drag Racing Series, and somebody's going to get a nice t-shirt there. We just hope they didn't drop it in the mud there.
Some of the girls are going to get some soggy feet as well, it looks like, buddy.
All right, let's continue on here with Top Fuel. Louis Allison here in the near lane. Clay Millican in the far lane. Clay Millican qualified in the number 6 spot with a 5:08 at 203 miles an hour. But I got to tell you, that thing was definitely marching. At half track, they were 3:10, and they were on a good one.
I mean, with these guys that's working on this car, Werner Enterprises and Mike Clover, we were on what would have been, you know, it's the big fish that got away. I promise you the fish was this big. You know, the thing was fixing to run low ET of the world, low ET of Canada for sure. And the problem was we just didn't keep the front end on the ground, and so I have a hard enough time driving when it does, and it was even harder without having steering, so, but I'm not worried. I mean, Mike Clover always knows how to make this car go down the racetrack. We just prepare. That's all you can do. And we're ready.
We should also say that 310 was only at 249 miles an hour. I mean, that's no mile an hour at half track, so he already had early problems talking about that big wheel stand. Allison hazes the tires, and that man black tracks all the way down through there. 454, 325 miles an hour, both ends of the track record, and what could stand as a backup for a new world record in ET.
And what could also stand, Ken Stout, is the fastest run in Canadian history. Let's watch what 454 looks like from the cockpit of Clay Millican's Top Fuel dragster. Wow. Awesome pass.
In 2005.
semifinals, Clay Millican in the far lane. In the near lane will be Rick Cooper. Cooper hoping to take Clay Millican out and end this streak that he's been unstoppable with so far this season. Let's go to the top. In round number 1, both of those numbers would be strong enough to back up a possible new ET mile-per-hour record here if he was to lay down a good one. The record stands right now at 4:53.4, 3:26.63. And a quick pedal job there by Clay Millican cost him some cylinders, but he still gets a win.
You're right, Ken. Indeed, he does lose a couple cylinders. He does pedal the throttle. As we watch it right here in the replay, he puts a hole right at the head of the throttle. Pedals it right there. The thing will make a move to the right as it hikes the front end back up. Loses the hole again. That pushes him to the right side of the track.
Career final in just 2 years, his second one this year. He went to the finals earlier in Richmond. He'll line up alongside Clay Millican, who's going to his 48th career final, his 5th final this year. But things have changed in the weather. We had a chance to talk to Doug Foley.
The sun had just come out before we ran. We had the car set up to run another 60, and the sun came out, it warmed up the track a little bit, and top end started to spin the tire pretty hard. Put a couple holes out, which definitely affected our performance. So we'll now have to adjust for sunlight and hope it doesn't go away.
Clay Millican's work is not finished yet here today.
You know, all I got to do is get in here and ride. Warner Enterprises, they know we're going to do all we can do no matter what happens. I mean, we've had a good day, and it ain't over with yet. Let the big fish eat.
And Brian Olson, they're cleaning off those big tires.
Taking those scrapers, getting them small particles off the rear slicks here. And he's talking about the big fish. Maybe he's talking about the big nitro fish.
And look at that. Clay Millican just hangs on. Particles of something flying apart. I don't know if it was a blower belt, a piece of the tire, whatever it was, but he manages to hang on for his 6th consecutive win, his 5th win this season.
Take a look at both cars making good smooth run. As Clay loses a cylinder, he drops a hole, as does Foley. But now right in the lights, it did indeed look like a blower belt, and it took a little something with it. From the in-car, you'll not be able to see the shrapnel at the far end, but you can see that Clay Millican had his hands full big time.
Clay, your reaction time definitely won it. 7 thousandths of a second difference.
Well, you know what? That's a close race. Life's good when the wind light comes on. They pay me to drive this race car. All day long, the front end's been popping up and down, makes it good. You know, we got this in-car camera, the speed channel thing. Warner Enterprises, they put that in there. They said, we want to see what you do every now and then because they don't see me do a whole lot back in the pit area because all those guys do work. I do go out and use my Matco tools every now and then. But you know what? I got to show you. I got these crazy nitro fish on there. Must attract bugs. That was probably a bad day for this bug right here. I'm glad I had my eyes shut. Didn't see that one coming at me. But go out and get yourself some 104 Plus at the parts store. I'm out of breath. I hate never out of breath, but I can keep on talking even when I am out of breath. What a day. I tell you what, it was a good deal. Royal Purple, they just keep the thing lubricated and running. And come on over here, Western RV. Let me have that. Let me have that.
It took we turn out your number one qualifier, which
The oldest active top fuel racer in the country at 70-plus years of age. Talk about another guy that everybody would love to win, if for no other reason, just for sentimental value, to see him get back in that winner's circle. He'll line up against, of course, the champ and the winningest driver in the category, Clay Millican.
The Golden Greek is deep in his 70s, but he don't look a day over 60. And his heart is in this sport, and it's been that way since the 1950s. He's made the trip all the way out here to race Clay Millican here in round number 1. This will be good, Ken.
The Greek qualified number 5, Clay Millican, has qualified in the number 1 spot for the first time in the 2006 season. What does he do to prepare for round 1? We asked him.
Oh, I mean, I tell you what, the butterflies are starting to land right now. This is right before first round. I was up there hiding in the lounge, curled up in the fetal position, you know, just waiting on first round. I tell you what, that's what makes me get up in the morning, though. I love that feeling of what's going to happen, what's going to go on, but I love it.
Well, we'll find out if the Greek can get past a very tough Werner Enterprises back machine. Looks like this one is over, and Clay Millican will get the win. 474, 310 miles an hour, low ET of the round.
Very nice looking run for Clay. Right at the top of the racetrack. We'll watch it on replay. Left side of your screen, Chris Caramassini's car drops a cylinder, then goes up in tire smoke. Nearest the camera, well, Clay Millican loses a cylinder at 1,000 feet. But he'll take and leg that baby down to the far end of the racetrack. Watch the machine, right side of your screen. Watch the inner pipes right about now. There we go, loses a cylinder. It's all raw fuel coming out of there, losing some power. Now you can watch them from right here. Watch the right side of your screen, but Clay picks up the win here.
Clay, you took the round win, low ET of the round with a 474.
How about that? Another round right down the racetrack. This thing is always so fun. Everybody at Werner, we keep her all sealed up with my Fel-Pro gaskets from Raymond King. I just love coming up here to Edmonton. This place is gorgeous, and I love it right now, especially, you know, the wind light come on and the sun's behind you and you're not squinting going down the racetrack. This place is just awesome. I love it.
You got out the tire shake. It looks like you got this car going.
So far, so good. I tell you what, next round's a big round. We get to race our old buddy Doug Foley, I think, and I don't really pay attention to the ladder, but I heard Aaron Polburn saying that over the microphone. But it's all good. I mean, I got to race a legend, the Greek. He is awesome. I love racing that guy, and I mean that from right here because he's done it all. Love it.
Clay Millican will have a tough race ahead of him if he's going to make it to his 56th career final. He'll line up alongside Rick Cooper's teammate and Doug Foley. Doug Foley, Clay Millican, 4-4 against each other. Who's going to get the nod here and take it to the next level?
I got to say that if you look at the numbers game right here, Clay Millican is starting to make a comeback this season. And the second of the 2 Mach Series accelerator cars, this is the blue car. Or as we heard earlier today, Doug Foley call the number 1 qualifier and the number 2 qualified car. This car is back on its game. They had this baby front half. It's got a new one-piece body. This car makes plenty of horsepower. I speak of Doug Foley's machine. And this baby looks like it's back on track once again. If that is the case, this will be a great side-by-side drag race, Ken.
By the way, Julie Edge, since performance pick from the pit, is the only one left inside of the field. That would be Clay Millican. Looks like she's going to beat us both, dude.
She looks pretty smart today, no doubt about it, as the crew members walk away from wiping off those big Goodyear slicks. Top Fuel, semifinal, final pair.
Oh, man, a big move for Clay Millican. You called it, Brian. A great side-by-side drag race. Clay Millican just a tick better here today.
Man, that was a great side-by-side race. Watch it again in replay. Both cars leave the starting line quite well. Clay Millican a little quicker off the starting line. Both cars move around a good bit in the middle of the racetrack. Cylinders stay lit pretty much all the way down. They'll hit the rev limiters at the very far end, and you watch the cylinders drop. Millican's car makes a move here, as does Foley. Cylinders drop right there on both race cars, and Clay Millican goes to the final. Now watch the pipes on the right side of your screen. Millican with the win, even with the drop cylinder.
All right, Clay, it is a beautiful day for you and your team. You're going to a final. Looked like you got a little bit out of the groove, but you still had a fantastic pass with a 474.
Well, you've watched me enough times. Werner just pays me to get the job done. They don't care how I get there, and a lot of times it is all over the racetrack. And there is some whoop-de-doos down through there. All my boys down there at Sugar Creek, where my kid rides a four-wheeler, and all my buddies, they've been practicing doing the whoop-de-doos, and I guess that's what I did. I let the whoop-de-doos get out of control, but I get to race my driving coach, old Rick Cooper, standing over here. He's been teaching me about driving. I'm still not very good at it, but we're going to go at it. It's fun to race those guys. What a team. Werner Enterprises is rolling into a final, baby.
Rick Cooper will start his burnout first, then followed by Clay Milligan. Of course, we'll take a look at the ladder here. This is how we got started.
Again, the gray arrow designates those are the quicker cars, and as a result, get lane choice.
Clay Milligan going into his third final of the season, still searching for his first win.
We are just glad to be here in this final round. Oh, I was just on the phone with Captain Chaos, Kenny Koretsky. He said, get up on that wheel, boy. Bring me home a trophy. And that's what we're going to try to do.
Now on the other side, we have the pro golfer, Rick Cooper, who's still searching for his first career win.
I want to win this deal for my team and these guys because they work so hard. Of course, I want to win it for my sponsors as well. Torco, Ditch 24x7, all those guys, you know, it's a big deal here, but I just got to, I'm kind of on the 18th hole here, and I'm teeing off, and I need a really solid birdie, and so, you know, I just got to get that drive in the middle. So we kind of use that golf analogy again. I hate to keep doing it, but it kind of applies. So we'll see what happens. I think it's going to be an exciting final.
Cooper a 486 and a 488. Milliken a 474.6, 474.3. Two previous rounds. No question, Rick Cooper came to play ball. He'll lay it just a little bit short to Clay Milliken this time, but what a great drag race.
Guarantee you one thing, Rick Cooper was ready at the starting line. He's a couple hundredths better going past the tree in reaction time. Milliken's got a cylinder out, as does Cooper at the 8th mile mark, but right at the finish line, it's the Werner Enterprises car picking up the win. Look at how close it was. That much. It's about a half a car length, a little bit more. Clay Milliken picks up the win and makes a real nice-looking run. Lower belt comes off of Cooper's car. Now from behind, look at the motor of Clay Milliken once again. Loses cylinders at the top and picks up the win.
You've got the monkey off your back. You've been wanting this win. You guys have been working extremely hard. You drove away from him with a 477.
Well, you know what? We could have dialed in and bracket raced that thing today. Mike Clover's got a tough job. We spend a lot of Werner Enterprises money, but you know what? Captain Chaos, Kenny Koretsky, said, boy, you better get up on the wheel for this final. I want that trophy. And I talked to Mr. Dwayne this morning from Werner, and he said, go fast, go safe. It don't really matter, but it does matter. We wanted this win. We were glad to get it. And you know what? I love everybody that works on this car. I love this IHRA family drive all the way up here for a wonderful race with packed grandstands. What more could you ask for? This place is so fun to come up here. And it was beautiful all weekend, and we got the job done, finally. Yeah!
Well, one of the cars didn't sound quite right, but it goes to the...
Hey folks, Kellen Nitro here telling you about the newest way you can help support Nitromaniac TV's drag club. Called Members Only, and it is our official premium content wing of the website. For only $4.99 a month, you will gain access to exclusive video and early access to that week's content, all commercial free. Plus an exclusive discount code to the merch stand, exclusive members-only live streams, and more to come. If you sign up today, you will gain exclusive access to check out the 5K subscriber special, the 2023 NHRA Rocky Mountain Nationals whole freaking deal video, plus an early cut of what annually is our most popular title, Supercut, Pro Modified 2023. So join today, you'll never know what you're going to see on Members Only. Check it out today at tinyurl.com/drag.
The fuel is nitromethane. The power, nearly 4,000 horses. Top fuel drag racing. There is nothing like it.
Alcohol dragster. And in the top alcohol dragster category in the NHRA, you can't run nitro, but no supercharger. And now what's happening is top alcohol funny car is now starting to see a few folks experiments
Dalton.
for some reason, the tree didn't count down, and when you're in a top fuel dragster, that's ultimate impatience from David Federwich. The tree didn't count down. Our starter Ed says, I don't know what's going. Go. So the old school way. 6:05, 195.99 mile-an-hour blast. He goes to the number 1 spot, but it's still early. Still early.
Top Fuel and A-Fuel Dragster to your lanes, please, as well. First, Nitro Ultra to your lanes, please. Nitro Ultra to your lanes, please. Top Fuel and A-Fuel Dragster to your lanes, please. Top Fuel, A-Fuel Dragster to your lanes, please. Top Fuel and A-Fuel Dragster to your lanes, please. The NHRA Throwback also to your lanes, finally in the high zone.
Driving the wild thing out of Rocky Mountain, Alberta. This is Steve Hayes. If you're a car fan, this series for you. Spot for the 696, 191.41 miles an hour. He absolutely blew the doors off of the index. At 690, he went at 667. So while now he owns the Charger, he calls a rapid fire. This is Alan Weiss. 3/1000 of a second. That run. is the target for these drivers. 6.90 seconds. You don't want to go faster than that, or else your time will not count. So, if you know your car inside and out, with your cruise tuner, Addy runs a 6.98, 201.43. Wobbled a little bit. 752 propel rim. And Borden ran, he in and out of the throttle several times. so Natasha Turk's run will not count. And red lights don't matter in qualifying. A 7:15 indeed. Your Repco will head to the final. Down for that test and tune pass. And Congratulations to Team Weish up from Calgary. Congratulations to Team Scott Gordon from Kalmar.
All right, folks, that's pretty much going to do it for us tonight here on the pre-event stream, kind of kickoff stream, if whatever you want to call it, here for Nitromaniac TV's Drag Files. Again, Rocky Mountain Nationals starting tomorrow at Rad Torque Raceway. I think the gates open at noon tomorrow, and it's all test and tune qualifying action all day tomorrow. If you want to check back for a link to the live stream from the track, I'll try to endeavor to get you guys one in the community section of the channel, or just look for it on Facebook. It'll pop up as well. Nostalgia Nitro Funny Car, Legends Nitro Funny Car, I should say, is slated to go at 4 o'clock tomorrow, barring any weather delays and that stuff, for its first qualifying session of the weekend. And then everything else, kind of consult the Rad Torque Raceway Facebook page. They have a giant schedule up that you can follow along that. But thanks again, folks, for tuning in tonight. Again, I'm Kellen Nitro. You can follow me online everywhere at Kellen Nitro as well. And if you dig this type of stuff, definitely float a subscribe. There's a link. It's under Linktree. You can look for it under Nitromaniac TV's Drag Files. And yeah, we'll see you guys next time here on the channel. Maybe we'll do this for Hot August Night in August as well. But again, thanks a lot, folks. And we'll see you again next time here on Nitromaniac TV's Drag Files. Hey folks, Kellen Nitro here, telling you about the newest way you can help support Nitromaniac TV's Drag Files, called Members Only, and it is our official premium content wing of the website. For only $4.99 a month, you will gain access to exclusive video and early access to that week's content, all commercial free. Plus an exclusive discount code to the merch stand, exclusive members only live streams, and more to come. If you sign up today, you will gain exclusive access to check out the 5K subscriber special, the 2023 NHRA Rocky Mountain Nationals Whole Freaking Deal video, plus an early cut of what annually is our most popular title, Supercut, Pro Modified 2023. So join today, you'll never know what you're going to see on Members Only. Check it out today at tinyurl.com/drag.